Students are joining. We'll start in a minute. Hello, good morning, and welcome to Byju's Exam Prep. Today is lecture 2 of Indian polity. Yesterday was an introductory class. What did we discuss? We discussed what is a constitution. Because when it comes to Indian polity, I told you there are 3 key areas that we have to focus on. First, the Constitution of India. Second, various laws passed by the legislature. Third, various judicial verdicts, the judgments of the Honorable Supreme Court and some of the important judgments of the high courts as well. But for that, we need to understand what is a constitution. Constitution, as I said, is the supreme law of land which enjoys special legal sanctity, which means if at all there is a hierarchy, at the top we have the constitution, followed by the laws passed by the parliament, then the rules issued by the executive. Constitution is supreme in the sense that no law of the parliament can violate the constitution. No rule issued by the executive can violate the constitution. If at all a law passed by the parliament violates the constitution, that law shall be declared unconstitutional by the judiciary. And we will discuss various such laws, constitutional amendments, which have been struck down by the court on the grounds of violation of the constitution. But it is this constitution which we say allocates roles and responsibilities to different organs of the state. For example, what will be the role of the legislature? What will be the role of the executive? What will be the role of the judiciary? All these different organs of the state clear-cut their areas of influence. Their roles and responsibilities have been allocated by the Constitution. And this Constitution can be broadly categorized into 2. One, either a Constitution can be unitary or the Constitution can be federal. Now, what do we mean by a unitary Constitution? All the powers are concentrated in one body at the center. There may be states, but states are created for administrative convenience. Local bodies are created for administrative convenience. There we see delegation of powers. That means the center, which is a superior body, it will give some of its powers to various local bodies. But at any point in time, these local bodies can be dissolved or these powers can be snatched from them. That's what we call delegation of powers. But long story short, in a unitary constitution, all the powers are concentrated in one strong center. There is a centralization of power. But when it comes to a federal constitution, we do not have a specific definition. Then what do constitutional experts do? They take a look at the US Constitution. And if a constitution matches the US Constitution, we call it federal. Otherwise, we can give it some other name. But what are these important characteristics, features of US Constitution, which makes it a federal constitution? There are 5 key ingredients. 1, dual government. One government at the center, but one government in the state as well. Distribution of powers. Some powers are given to the center, some powers are given to the states. But it all boils down to having a written constitution. Now, what is a written constitution? Where the laws are written and codified into one single document. For example, codified into various parts, part 1, part 2, part 3. In an unwritten constitution, something that we see in New Zealand, something that we see in United Kingdom, not all laws are written, but laws are written, but not all laws are written. And they're not written and codified into one single document. Clear? And in an unwritten constitution, conventions play an important role. Conventions in the sense, unwritten rules, not mentioned anywhere, but something that we follow. And in an unwritten constitution, we say parliament or legislature is supreme. Or should we say the legislature is sovereign? British Parliament, for example, is sovereign. It can do anything. It can make any law. It can strike down any law. It can pass any kind of law. So in an unwritten constitution, the Parliament is supreme. But in a written constitution, constitution is supreme. Parliament cannot violate the constitution. Parliament has to abide by the constitution. Parliament cannot enact a law which violates the spirit of the constitution. Then fourth criteria is that constitution should also be rigid. But what do we mean by rigidity? Rigidity does not mean that constitution cannot be amended or constitution is very difficult to amend. Rigidity means in a federal polity that if at all you have to change, modify, amend a constitution, it should be a joint act. Both center as well as states, they have to come together to amend the constitution. And it all boils down to having an independent judiciary. So that an independent judiciary, which is neither biased in favor of a center nor biased against the states, this unwritten constitution, which is the feature of Britain, their parliament is supreme. But in a written constitution, since constitution is supreme, who is the guardian of the constitution? The judiciary. But when it comes to India, we see in normal circumstances, we behave as if we are a purely federal constitution, federal polity, where we follow dual government, distribution of powers, we have a written constitution. Some matters can be altered in the constitution, some changes can be made to the constitution, but for that, both center as well as states, they have to come together. And we have an independent judiciary as well. But then there are some abnormal circumstances which we will discuss later, such as war, such as external aggression, such as armed rebellion, such as breakdown of constitutional machinery, which we will discuss later. There our constitution changes its form and becomes a unitary constitution. But for time being, when the situation normalizes, when the conditions stabilize, then we change back to a federal polity. And that is why if there is a term which best suits Indian constitution, we call it a quasi-federal constitution or a quasi-federal polity, neither completely unitary nor completely federal. Then we discussed theory of separation of powers, which has been attributed to French philosopher Montesquieu, where all the powers, whether they are legislative, executive, judicial, these powers should not be concentrated in one body or one individual or one institution. These powers should be separated. Create an organ which has the legislative power, legislature. Create an organ which has the executive powers, executive. Create an organ which has the judicial powers, the judiciary. But at the same time, there should be checks on each of these organs. One organ will not influence the other organ. One organ will not interfere with the other organ. Legislature will not interfere with the role of the executive. Executive will not interfere in the role of the judiciary. But each of these organs will keep a check on each other. Otherwise, there will be chaos. Chaos in the sense parliament can do anything. Executive can do anything in its own affair. Judiciary can do anything in its own affair. But we need executive to keep a check on judiciary. We need judiciary to keep a check on the legislature. We need legislature to keep a check on the executive. And that is how we have implemented doctrine of checks and balances as well. But there also we discussed that when it comes to India, since we follow parliamentary form of democracy, which we have borrowed from the inspiration given to us by the Britain, in parliamentary democracy, we can't separate executive from the legislature because executive is drawn from the legislature. You cannot be a prime minister, you cannot be a minister unless and until you are part of the legislature as well. But we have implemented separation of powers between executive and the judiciary. Clear? Then we have to discuss something known as constitutionalism. What is constitutionalism? There we need to understand something known as doctrine of limited government. Now listen to me carefully. This government, now what is this government? Executive, Prime Minister, ministers at the central level, Chief Minister, ministers at the state level. Constitution should first give powers to the government. The government has various powers through which it governs the people of this country. So first, Constitution has to empower the government, give powers to the government. And then the same Constitution should impose limitations on this government as well. That is what we call doctrine of limited government, which means the powers available with the government, they are not unlimited. The government cannot do anything or everything that it wishes to do. The government cannot take arbitrary decisions. Now, what do we mean by an arbitrary decision? Let me give you a simple analogy. For example, you have attended this class. You're attending this class. And I'm going to say all the students who will join the class between 6 a.m. till 7:30 a.m., they cannot ask me any questions. But all the students who attend this class, who log into this class between 7:30 to 8:30 a.m., they can ask me 10 questions. And those who join the class after 8:30, they cannot ask me any questions. Now, what do you think this decision is? Isn't this arbitrary? Without any logic? Without any understanding? If I would have said, if there is a student who has a law background, that student has the power to ask only one question. But if there is a student who has a science background or commerce background or engineering background, they can ask me 5 questions. This decision is not arbitrary. There is a logic behind this. Logic is, if you have a law background, you would know everything that I'm talking about because you have the background. Now, you may have confusion here or there. For that, I'm telling you, you have the right to ask me only one question. Clarify your doubt and be done with this. But then there are students from science, engineering, commerce background who have absolutely no idea about constitution, who have absolutely no idea about how the governments function. You can ask me 5 questions. You can ask me 10 questions. So this decision of mine, where I classify students into various groups, some students cannot ask me questions. Some students can ask me only one question. Some students can ask me 5 questions. This decision is based on some logic. But what is the logic? When I say those students who join the class between 6 to 7:30, they cannot ask me any question. And those who join between 7:30 to 8:30, they can ask me 10 questions. And those who join after 8:30, they cannot ask me any questions. This is an arbitrary decision. To prevent the government from taking these arbitrary decisions, Constitution should impose limitations on the government. What is this limitation? Don't deny equality. Don't discriminate on the grounds of religion, race, caste, sex, place of birth. Don't deny privacy. Don't deprive an individual of his right to life and personal liberty. This is what we call doctrine of limited government. The government does not have unlimited powers. The government cannot do anything that it wishes to do. The government cannot take an arbitrary decision. The government has to be bound by the Constitution. So what is constitutionalism basically? Look at me closely and I will explain this slightly differently. This government, which consists of, let's say, the Prime Minister, Council of Ministers at the central level, assume for a while that all these members of the government, they are angels. Mr. Modi is an angel. Some of his party members say he's the avatar of Lord Vishnu. Whether right or wrong, we don't have to get into that. But the point is, if the government and all the members of the government are angels, we need not to impose any restriction on the government. We need not impose any limitation on the government. Why? Because the government is part of angels. Angels can do nothing wrong. So we don't have to worry about these angels taking arbitrary decisions or illogical decisions. This government will not discriminate. This government will not destroy the livelihood of the people. Why? Because the government is made up of angels. Angels can do nothing wrong. But this government is made up of men. This government is made up of people. And people, power corrupts, but absolute power corrupts absolutely. That's what Lord Acton has said. Power corrupts, absolute power corrupts absolutely. So if we give unlimited power to the government, they will become dictators. They will have dictatorial tendencies. They can do anything based on their whims and the fancies. They can disregard the constitution. They can violate the constitution. That is why we say constitutionalism. Constitutionalism in the sense that this government can and should be restricted in its powers. And what are these provisions of the constitution? What are the provisions of Indian polity by which we implement constitutionalism, by which we ensure that the government does not take arbitrary decisions, by which we ensure that the government is limited in its powers? Those are the provisions we will have to discuss now. But very briefly, what is constitutionalism? We look at constitutionalism from the writings of various political theorists, scientists, such as John Locke. John Locke and various other philosophers, they speak of constitutionalism in a sense that they say the government can and the government should be legally limited in its powers. How do we legally limit the government in its powers? Through a law. Which is that law? The supreme law of land. And which is that supreme law of land? Constitution. This government can and should be legally, through the supreme law of land, through the constitution, limited in its power, so that its authority or legitimacy is upheld. This government, which can and which should be legally limited in its powers, so that this government does not take any arbitrary decision. We can call this government legitimate if it observes these limitations, if it accepts these limitations. For example, you may have read in newspapers that there is a particular government which is illegitimate. Why is that government illegitimate? Because it is doing something which goes against the wishes and the aspirations of the people. There is a government which discriminates against the people. There is a government which deprives people of its livelihood. That means this government is violating the principles of constitutionalism. This is an allegation, for example. But the point is, constitutionalism means that through constitution, through the supreme law of land, first we should empower the government. First we should give powers to the government. Because we have to give powers to the government, otherwise how will the government perform? How will the government rule and govern the people of this country? It should be empowered to implement the laws. It should be empowered to create various schemes, various policies, various programs. So first we have to constitutionally empower the government so that this government can effectively govern the society, govern the people of this country. But then the same constitution should impose limitations on this government so that this government does not take arbitrary decisions. And that is what we call constitutionalism. And whether this government is legitimate or illegitimate depends upon whether it observes these limitations, whether it adheres to these limitations. But what are the ways through which we ensure constitutionalism? Number one, separation of powers. What is separation of powers? This government, can the government make laws? No. Why? Because making laws is the responsibility of the legislature. Government is part of the executive. So we have separated the powers so that all powers are not given to the government. Because if all powers are given to the government, this government will become authoritative. This government, then there will be no check on the government. So separation of powers, where this government will have only executive powers, but legislative powers are with the legislature. Judicial powers are with the judiciary. This government will have the executive power. This concept of separation of powers, where three different organs are created to have their own areas of influence, this ensures constitutionalism. Because what is constitutionalism? The government can and should be legally limited in its power, so that the government cannot do anything which is unlimited, which is everything. So separation of powers ensures constitutionalism. Because separation of powers means this government will have its own areas of influence. It cannot make a law. It cannot punish people. It cannot decide on the constitutionality of its actions, because that's the job of the judiciary. Similarly, a responsible and accountable government. We discussed yesterday that parliamentary form of democracy means what? Parliamentary form of democracy means Prime Minister and his Council of Ministers. They are accountable to? Tell me in the comment section. Lok Sabha, which means till the time this government enjoys the majority, the confidence of Lok Sabha, this government survives. The moment this government loses its majority, it has no other option but to resign. So if there is a government which violates the constitution, if there is a government which does anything illegitimate, the members of the Lok Sabha will have the power to remove the Prime Minister and his Council of Ministers as well. So Prime Minister and his Council of Ministers, who are part of the government, this government has to be accountable to the Lok Sabha, and this Lok Sabha is elected by the people of this country. Every 5 years, people come out in large numbers to celebrate the festival of India's democracy, which is the election. And every single adult above the age of 18 has the right to vote to elect your representatives in Lok Sabha. And it is these members of Lok Sabha which keep a check on the government, so that this government does not do anything illegitimate. So it is this accountable government, it is this responsible government which ensures that we value constitutionalism, we uphold constitutionalism. Similarly, popular sovereignty. Can you tell me, in India, who has the ultimate power? Ultimate power rests with what body or what individual or what institution? Ultimate power is with whom? Tell me. President, Prime Minister, judiciary. Ultimate power, my dear, is with us. That's how the Constitution starts. We, the people of India, having solemnly resolved to constitute India into a sovereign, socialist, secular, democratic republic. So our Constitution begins with we, the people, which means ultimate power is with the people of this country. You liked Dr. Manmohan Singh in 2009, voted him back to power. Didn't like him, voted for Mr. Modi in 2014. Liked him again, voted for him in 2019. Whether you like him or dislike him, that will be the final decision of the people of this country in 2024, when the next general election will be conducted. So ultimate sovereignty is with the people. Ultimate power is with the people. That's how we uphold constitutionalism. If you think that there is a government which is violating your rights, which is violating your dignity, which is discriminating against you, you can vote that government out of power, which means popular sovereignty, ultimate power is with the people of India. That's how we uphold constitutionalism. Rule of law. We will discuss rule of law in great detail when we will discuss fundamental rights. But very briefly here, one aspect of rule of law is nobody shall be sentenced or prosecuted except for a breach of law. For example, very innocently, I have come in the morning, I'm delivering this lecture, and I'm explaining you the concepts of constitution, polity. Suddenly, there is a knock at my door. There is a police party waiting for me. Come, gentlemen, you are arrested. But what have I done? You are teaching students Indian polity. Is that a crime? What if I'm arrested for teaching students? I will go to the judiciary. Independent judiciary will ask government the question, why have you arrested this individual? My lord, because he was teaching polity to the civil services aspirants. For God's sake, tell me any law in this country which says teaching polity to the students is a crime. So if it is not a crime, if he has not violated any law, how dare you violate the rights of the people of my country? This independent judiciary, which is not biased in favor of the government, which is independent in its actions, which will uphold the constitution, which will focus only on the constitution, this independent judiciary will set me free. That means this government, if it has unlimited power, it can do anything. Even ask its police to enter the studio and arrest this polity teacher because he is teaching polity to the civil services aspirants. It is not a crime. And if I am arrested, there has to be someone which can restrain the government. How dare you arrest this individual? He has not committed any crime. He has not violated any law, and the court will set me free. So judiciary will uphold rule of law. Rule of law means law will govern everything. If you have violated a law, you can be arrested. If you have violated a law, you can be prosecuted. If you have not violated any law, why should your dignity be snatched? Why should you be arrested? Why should your liberty be snatched from you? Why should your freedom be snatched from you? So constitutionalism, which basically means that the government can and should be legally restricted, limited in its powers. How do we ensure constitutionalism? Through various ways. What are these various ways? Number one, separation of powers. Don't give every power to the government. Legislative powers, give it to another organ. Judicial powers, give it to another organ. This executive should have a specific criteria, specific role, responsibility. And this government should be accountable to those who have been elected by the people, members of Lok Sabha. And if this government violates rule of law, an independent judiciary should come into the picture and give justice to the people of this country who have been legally wronged by the state. And then there are individual rights. Rights we will discuss in fundamental rights chapter. But when we look at these fundamental rights, if you notice that all these fundamental rights are negatively worded. Negatively worded in the sense, the state shall not deny equality. That's Article 14. The state shall not discriminate. The state shall not deprive an individual of his right to life and personal liberty. The state shall not do this. The state shall not do that. That means Constitution is imposing restriction, limitation on the powers of the government. Don't deprive individuals of their individual rights, because these individual rights are necessary for the growth, development of an individual. If I don't have equality, how can I develop myself? I want to study law. But the government is saying you can't study law because you are from a particular religion or a particular caste or a particular gender. The government is discriminating against me. So how can I develop my potential? How can I develop my potential if I don't have freedom of speech and expression? That's why individual rights are provided by the Constitution. Fundamental rights are provided by the Constitution. And these fundamental rights ensure that individuals, they develop their potential, they explore their potential. And these individual rights, they are basically limitations on the powers of the state. The state shall not discriminate, shall not deny equality, shall not deprive an individual of his right to life and personal liberty. These rights ensure constitutionalism. So what is constitutionalism? The government can and should be legally limited in its powers. How do we ensure that? Through separation of powers. How do we ensure that? Through accountable government. How do we ensure that? Popular sovereignty, ultimate power is with the people. How do we ensure that? Rule of law. How do we ensure that? Independent judiciary. How do we ensure that? The individual rights provided by the Constitution. That's what we call constitutionalism. Once constitutionalism is over, let's discuss various types of majorities which we will encounter throughout the course of our lectures. We will discuss all these majorities now so that tomorrow onwards, whenever I tell you that this particular bill requires simple majority, or this particular motion requires special majority, or this particular feature requires effective majority, I don't have to explain these majorities again and again. Today, once and for all, we will discuss all these different types of majorities and then be done with this. So that tomorrow, day after, in subsequent lectures, whenever I tell you that this particular clause, bill, requires simple majority, I don't have to explain again and again what is a simple majority. Clear? Okay. First is absolute majority. What is absolute majority? For example, we have Lok Sabha. What is the total strength of this house? This house can be Lok Sabha, house can be Rajya Sabha, house can be Legislative Assembly, house can be Legislative Council. And we will discuss the roles and responsibilities of all these houses. What is the role of Lok Sabha, Rajya Sabha, Legislative Assembly, Legislative Council? But here, understand what is a house. House of a legislature. House of a parliament, Lok Sabha, Rajya Sabha. House of the state legislature, Legislative Assembly, Legislative Council. For example, we have Lok Sabha. What is the total strength of Lok Sabha? 543. What is absolute majority? Absolute majority is majority of more than 50% of the total strength of the house. If the strength of the Lok Sabha is 543, what is absolute majority? 272 plus. Because what is 272? 272 is more than half of 543. This is absolute majority. So tomorrow if I tell you that this particular feature requires absolute majority means more than half of the total strength of the house. What is the strength of Lok Sabha? 543. What is absolute majority? 272 plus. Which means it should be more than half of the strength of the house. It cannot be less. More can be 272 plus 273, 275, 280, absolute majority. For example, we say BJP has won absolute majority in Gujarat Legislative Assembly elections. It has won more than half of the seats in Legislative Assembly of Gujarat. That's why we say they have won an absolute majority. So what is absolute majority? More than half of the total strength of the house. If the strength of the house is 500, more than half would be 251 plus, because 251 is more than half of 500. 251 plus is the absolute majority. Is it absolutely clear? Very good. Second is simple majority. What is simple majority? More than half of the members present and voting. What does that mean? Let's say 543 is the total strength of Lok Sabha. 543 is the total strength of Lok Sabha. Lok Sabha is right now in session. Session in the sense Lok Sabha members are meeting. Yesterday, Ms. Nirmala Sitharaman presented the budget. So members of Lok Sabha are present in the Lok Sabha. So Lok Sabha is in session. If the total strength of Lok Sabha is 543, let's say, for example, only 500 are present. Why? What about these 43 people? They are absent. Rahul Gandhi is busy with Bharat Jodo Yatra. Other members of the parliament may be busy working in their constituency. Some of them are taking a nap. Some of them are not interested at all. Sunny Deol is busy promoting his son. He is not there in the Lok Sabha. Whatever the case may be. So 543 is the total strength of the house. 500 members are present. Out of these 500 members, 100 abstain. What is then the required number? 400. What is more than half of 400? 201 plus. 201 plus is the simple majority. But sir, what is this abstain? Let's say, for example, there is a no confidence motion issued against the Prime Minister. Yesterday I told you briefly about no confidence motion. I'll tell you slightly more today, but just to understand what is simple majority. This Prime Minister and Council of Ministers, they are accountable to Lok Sabha. What do we call this? Parliamentary democracy. Clear? Which means Prime Minister and his Council of Ministers, they can remain in office as long as they have the majority in Lok Sabha. And what is that type of majority? They should have simple majority. What is that simple majority? Let's say, for example, Mr. Rahul Gandhi and other members of the Lok Sabha, they introduce a no confidence motion in Lok Sabha. Let's assume no confidence motion means opposition is alleging that the Lok Sabha does not have the confidence in the Prime Minister. If this no confidence motion is passed by simple majority, approved by simple majority, Prime Minister has no other option but to resign. If this no confidence motion is defeated, that means it does not obtain simple majority, Prime Minister survives, the government survives. Now let's assume for a while that BJP does not have enough majority in Lok Sabha. They do not have majority in Lok Sabha. Let's assume for a while. Which means there will be some members of Lok Sabha, some political parties, which don't want to appear that they are closer to the BJP or closer to the Congress, or they are anti-Congress and pro-BJP, or they are pro-BJP but anti-Congress. They don't want to be in that situation. They want to remain equidistant. That means they want to chart their own territory. They don't want to be seen as closer to the BJP or the Congress. They want to remain equidistant from both these political parties. For example, we have such political party headed by Mr. Naveen Patnaik, Biju Janata Dal, which is currently governing the state of Odisha. We call that political party, it is equidistant from both BJP as well as the Congress. They are neither part of the BJP alliance nor they are part of the opposition alliance. Now, when this no confidence motion is introduced by the Congress in Lok Sabha, some members will vote in favor of this no confidence motion. That means we don't trust the Prime Minister. Prime Minister should resign. For example, Trinamool Congress, for example, DMK, for example, Samajwadi Party, for example, Aam Aadmi Party, maybe they will vote against the Prime Minister. And the members of the BJP will vote in favor of the Prime Minister. Members of AIADMK will vote in favor of the Prime Minister. Members of YSR Reddy, they will vote in favor of the Prime Minister. But there will be some members who will abstain. They are present in Lok Sabha, but they will not vote. Why? Because they think if we vote in favor of opposition, then people in our state will think that we are closer to the Congress. If we vote in favor of the BJP, people of our state will think we are closer to the BJP. But we want to remain equidistant from both the political ends, from both the sides of the political spectrum. We want to remain equidistant. So they will abstain. Let's say 100 such members abstain. 500 members are present, but all these 500 members, they do not vote on this vote of no confidence, on this no confidence motion. 100 of them abstain, which means 543 is the total strength of Lok Sabha. 43 members are absent. They are not present in Lok Sabha, they are absent. Sunny Deol is absent, Rahul Gandhi is absent, Adar Gandhi is absent, all these are absent. But 500 who are remaining, now they have to vote either in favor of Mr. Modi or against him. Now 100 of them decide we will remain in the House, we will remain in Lok Sabha, but we will not vote. We will abstain from voting. 100 such members abstain from voting, which means what is now the required number? What is now the number left over? 400. This 400 becomes what? Members who are present as well as voting. 543 is the total strength of the House. 500 is the number members who are present. 100 members, they abstain. They are present, but they are not voting. Then what is now the number? 400. What is this number? This is the number of members who are present in the House. They are voting in the House as well. More than half of this number of members present and voting, that is known as simple majority. This is simple majority, very simple to understand. Simple majority may also vary from time to time. For example, if 543 is the total strength of Lok Sabha, if all 543 are present, if all 543 are voting as well, which means what is the number of members present and voting? 543. What is more than half of 543? 272 plus. That means this 272 plus, which ideally is absolute majority, this 272 plus becomes simple majority as well. That is why we say simple majority. It varies from time to time. But what is absolute majority? It's fixed. The number is fixed of absolute majority. Fixed in the sense, more than half of the total strength of the House. If the strength of the Lok Sabha is fixed at 543, more than half of 543 will be absolute majority. But simple majority varies, because sometimes all the members will be present as well as voting. And what is more than half of this number of members present and voting? That is simple majority. And simple majority, my dear, is also known as functional majority. Functional majority in the sense, if at all, it is not mentioned in the Constitution for a specific thing, what is the majority required? For a particular provision, what is the majority required? We assume that Constitution is talking about simple majority, which means simple majority is a functional majority, which means if at all Constitution is silent in a given situation as to in this given situation what is the type of majority required, we assume that Constitution is talking about simple majority. And what is simple majority? Very simple to understand. More than half of the members present and voting. This is simple majority. Any questions? Okay, great. Now there is something called effective majority. What is effective majority? To understand effective majority, we need to understand what is effective strength. What is effective strength? Let's say 543 is the total strength of Lok Sabha. 543 is the total strength of Lok Sabha. Out of this, 43 are vacancies. What is then the required number? 500. This 500 is the effective strength. And more than half of effective strength is the effective majority. But sir, what do we mean by vacancies? Listen to me carefully. 543 members are elected to Lok Sabha in 2019. 543 MPs will be elected to Lok Sabha in 2024. Now, normally the term of Lok Sabha MPs is 5 years. The term of the Lok Sabha MPs is 5 years. Let's say I am elected to Lok Sabha in 2019. Ideally, I should remain the member of Lok Sabha till 2024. Because what is my term? What is my tenure? 5 years. But even before completing 5 years, there may arise a vacancy. Vacancy can be because of death. Some MPs may die. Vacancy can be because of resignation. Some MPs may resign. Vacancy can be because of disqualification. What are the grounds on the basis of which MPs can be disqualified? We will discuss that in Parliament chapter. But very briefly here. If, for example, there is an MP, member of Lok Sabha, who was elected in 2019 for a 5-year term till 2024. But in 2021, the court convicts this MP. Convicts on the grounds that you have committed murder or dacoity, you have been sentenced to a prison term of 2 or more years. If there is an MP who has been convicted by the court of law, who has been declared guilty by the court of law and sentenced to jail for a term of more than 2 years, this person shall be disqualified. That means although you were elected for a period of 5 years, but before completing 5 years, you may be disqualified as well. Why? If you have been convicted by the court. There are other grounds as well. For example, to contest an election, the first requirement is you should be the citizen of India. Let's say I am the citizen of India. I contested the election in 2019. All of you voted for me. I became the member of the Lok Sabha. But I am the citizen of India. But in 2022, I took up the citizenship of United States. Can I continue as the member of the Lok Sabha despite the fact that I am no longer the citizen of India? I am the citizen of United States now. Can I continue as the member of the Lok Sabha? No. The moment my citizenship changes, the moment I am no longer the citizen of India, that very moment you will be disqualified. So the point is, whenever there is a disqualification, there is a vacancy. Vacancy in the sense, there are 543 constituencies in India. From Varanasi, we have Mr. Modi. From Wayanad, we have Mr. Rahul Gandhi. From Amethi, we have Ms. Smriti Irani. From a particular constituency, we have another MP. But if Rahul Gandhi is disqualified, there is a vacancy because from Wayanad, we don't have any other representative. If Ms. Smriti Irani is disqualified, which means in Amethi, we have the vacancy. If, for example, Mr. Amit Shah has resigned, Then we have the vacancy in Ahmedabad. If another gentleman has died, there we have the vacancy. So vacancy can be because of death, resignation, disqualification. So total strength of the house minus vacancy, that is what we call effective strength. And more than half of the effective strength is what is known as effective majority. But here you may have a confusion. Sir, effective majority seems similar to simple majority. Because there we say more than half of the members present and voting. Here we are saying more than half of the effective strength. They seem similar, but they are not. Why? Let's say 500 is the effective strength. Effective strength means total strength minus vacancy. Out of 500, 100 are absent. What is the remaining number? 400. And these 400 members, they are present as well as voting. Now listen to me carefully. Prime Minister can be removed from his office if a no confidence motion is passed by what type of majority? Simple majority. Let's change it just for the sake of understanding. Let's say Prime Minister and his Council of Ministers can be removed from its office if no confidence motion is passed by effective majority. Let's change just for the sake of understanding. Which means if 500 is the effective strength, that means total strength minus vacancy, 500. And now in Lok Sabha, we have the no confidence motion. Now the members of the Lok Sabha will have to vote whether Prime Minister should continue or Prime Minister should resign. Now these 500 MPs are there. But out of 500 MPs, 100 are absent. Rahul Gandhi is still with Bharat Jodo. Sunny Deol is still busy promoting his son. Other members are sleeping. Other members are on a vacation. Other members are simply not interested. Other members are in a coffee house. Other members are busy. These 100 members are absent. That means what is the number now? 400. 400 members are present in the house. And let's assume for a while all these 400 MPs also vote. What is going to be the simple majority? Please tell me in the comment section. What is the simple majority in this case? Pranay says 201. Very good. But tell me what is the effective majority in this case? Effective majority in this case is 251 plus. That means we will not look at and calculate majority only on the basis of the members present and voting. Regardless of whether you are present or not, whether you vote or not, we will calculate effective majority based on the effective strength. Doesn't matter whether you are absent. Doesn't matter whether you are voting or not. We will calculate effective majority based on the effective strength. And more than half of the effective strength is effective majority. That's the difference. If it was simple majority, we only look at members who are present and voting. We exclude everyone else. We exclude those who abstain. We exclude those who are vacant, who have resigned or who are dead. We exclude everybody. We include only those who are present and voting. But when it comes to effective majority, we include everybody except the vacancies. That's the difference. An effective majority is used for the removal of the Vice President of India. This is where you will have to correct Mr. Lakshmikant. Lakshmikant book writes, if a vice president is removed on the basis of absolute majority, which is absolutely wrong. Vice president is removed if a resolution is passed by Rajya Sabha by effective majority. That means more than half of the effective strength. And now listen to me carefully. There is one phrase used for effective majority in the Constitution. And that phrase is majority of all the then members of the House. What is that? For example, this is Article 67, Clause B. Vice President may be removed from his office by a resolution of Council of States. Council of States is known as Rajya Sabha. Vice President may be removed from his office if a resolution is passed by the majority of all the then members of the council. Then members means effective majority. Then members means those who are the members. That means minus the vacancies. Because once we exclude the vacancies, because there are no representatives from these constituencies, there is a vacancy. When it means it's a vacancy, that means they are no longer the members. Majority of all the then members, that means those who are the members at that time, whether they are present or not, whether they abstain or not, doesn't matter. They are the members at that time. That means we are talking about effective strength. Whenever Constitution uses the phrase majority of all the then members of the House, that means who are the members at that time, whether present or absent, whether abstain or voting, doesn't matter. Majority of all the then members of the House, that is what we call effective majority. So let's recap. What is simple majority? Very simple. Majority of the members present and voting, which means more than half of the members present and voting. What is absolute majority? Majority, which means more than 50% of the total strength of the House. What is effective majority? Majority of all the then members of the House, which means more than half of the effective strength. And what is this effective strength? Total strength of the House minus the vacancy. Is that clear? Any questions as of now? Sir, is that majority needed to remove Vice President in Lok Sabha, Rajya Sabha, or both? Vice President we will discuss separately when we will talk about executive. But if you want to understand here, Vice President is removed if Rajya Sabha passes a resolution by effective majority, and this resolution should be accepted by Lok Sabha by simple majority. So Rajya Sabha will pass resolution by effective majority, Lok Sabha will pass a resolution by simple majority, Vice President is removed from his office. Shalu, you're right. Okay, done. Now let's look at another type of majority known as special majority. And the special majority comes in various flavors. Flavors such as vanilla, strawberry, blackcurrant, tender coconut, flavor 1, flavor 2, flavor 3, flavor 4. And what are these different flavors? Special majority flavor 1. Simple majority is more than half of the members present and voting. What if we change more than half to majority of 2/3 members present and voting? That is what we call flavor 1 of special majority. So flavor 1 of special majority means just replicate simple majority, but instead of saying more than half of the members present and voting, say more than 2/3 of the members present and voting. That is special majority. Clear? But special majority flavor 2 is something different. Majority of 2/3 members present and voting and majority of the total membership of the House. This is the type of majority which is used to amend the constitution. That's why I told you yesterday, amending the constitution is difficult. Difficult in the sense, it requires a difficult type of majority. Now listen to me carefully. Let's say this is Lok Sabha. Clear? 543 is the total strength of Lok Sabha. What is now the proposal? The proposal is to amend the constitution. And what is this constitutional amendment? Maybe members of the parliament want right to safe drinking water and sanitation should be added as a fundamental right in the constitution. For example, in 2002, right to education was added as a fundamental right for all the children in the age group of 6 to 14. So we amended the constitution to provide another fundamental right, right to free compulsory primary education to all the children in the age group of 6 to 14. This is a constitutional amendment. But first, it's a constitutional amendment bill. Bill is a proposal. The proposal is to add Article 21 capital A to the Constitution so that we provide right to free and compulsory primary education as a fundamental right to all the children in India in the age group of 6 to 14. First, it's a proposal. Once Lok Sabha passes this, then Rajya Sabha passes this, or first Rajya Sabha passes this, then Lok Sabha passes this, then the matter will go to the President. President will sign this constitutional amendment bill. This constitutional amendment bill will become Constitutional Amendment Act. It will become the law of the land. It will now be implemented. But first we need this bill. Bill is a proposal. Let's say the proposal now is to add right to safe drinking water and sanitation as a fundamental right under the Constitution. For that, this bill should be passed by Lok Sabha, should be passed by Rajya Sabha, then should be signed by the President of India. Let's say this bill is introduced in Lok Sabha. And in Lok Sabha, it requires a majority. What type of majority? Flavor 2 of special majority. What is flavor 2 of special majority? More than 2/3 of the members present and voting and majority of the total membership of the House. What is majority of the total membership of the House? This is absolute majority. Because what is the definition of absolute majority? More than 50% of the total strength of the House, which means majority of the total strength of the House. Majority of the total strength of the House is absolute majority. So this means this bill should satisfy both the criteria. It should be supported by more than 2/3 of the members present and voting, and it should be supported by the majority of the total membership of the House. That means it should have the absolute majority as well. If both the conditions are satisfied, the bill is passed. If both the conditions are not satisfied, the bill is defeated. Let's look at the condition now. 543 is the total strength of the House. Clear? Out of this 543, let's assume 143 are absent. Let's assume. Which means what is now the number? 400 is the number of members present. Out of this 400, 100 are abstaining. They are present in the Lok Sabha, but they don't want to vote, neither in favor of this bill nor against this bill. They will sit in Lok Sabha and they will watch other members voting or not voting. They abstain. What is now the number? 300. 300 is the number of members present and voting. Let's assume that out of these 300, 260 are voting in favor 40 are voting against. Tell me, will this constitutional amendment bill be passed? Will it be approved by Lok Sabha? Pranay says no. Kirubargar says no. Gumnam says yes. Gumnam, my dear. What did I say? Both conditions should be satisfied. Majority of the people here are right. Is 260 satisfying criteria 1? Yes. Because what is 260? It is majority of 2/3 of the members present and voting. Yes, 260 clearly is more than 2/3 of the members present and voting, which is 300. But is 260 absolute majority? No. Is 260 majority of the total membership of the House, total strength of the House? No. That means unless and until 272 of this number vote in favor of this constitutional amendment bill, this bill cannot be passed. Both conditions should be satisfied. Majority of the 2/3 members present and voting, as well as majority of the total membership of the House. I'll give you one more example. 543 is the total strength? Yes, sir. Out of 543, 543 are present. 543 are voting as well. Out of 543, 280 vote in favor. Clear? What is now the remaining? 263 vote against. Will this bill be passed by Lok Sabha? Yes or no? Gumnam, tell me now. Will this bill be passed? Naveen says absolutely yes. Naveen, absolutely wrong. Why? Is 280 absolute majority? Yes. That means majority of the total membership of the House, because 280 is more than half of the total strength of the House, which is 543. But is 280 more than 2/3 of members present and voting? No. Which means in this instance, criteria 1 is followed, but criteria 2 is not. In this instance, criteria 2 is followed, but criteria 1 is not followed. Which means if 543 members are present as well as voting, then the number should be 362. 2/3 of the total members present and voting. If the members present and voting are 543, what is more than 2/3 of the members present and voting? 362. That means unless and until 362 people vote in favor of this bill will not be passed. 362 is more than 2/3 of the members present and voting. 362 clearly follows absolute majority as well. It is more than half of the total membership of the House, which means unless and until 362 members vote in favor of this bill will not be passed. And this is the majority required to amend the Constitution. This is the majority required to remove the Chief Justice of India. This is the majority to remove the judge of the Supreme Court and High Court. This is the majority to remove the Comptroller and the Auditor General of India. This is the majority to remove the Chief Election Commissioner of India. This is the majority required. Special majority flavor 2. Is it clear? Now Gumnam is right. Pranay, not president. President majority is different. We will discuss that. But yesterday, I told you something about rigidity of the Constitution. What is that rigidity of the Constitution? That if the Constitution is to be amended, it should be the joint act of both center as well as states. That's what happens in a federal polity. In a federal polity, if the Constitution is to be changed, then center unilaterally cannot alter the Constitution. Center and the states together, they have to come and change, amend, modify the Constitution. Clear? In India also, there are some features which we call our federal features. If these federal features are to be changed, then we require this majority, plus we require ratification by more than half of the states as well. What are these federal features? For example, if we change the election of the president and the manner in which the president is elected, if we change the extent of executive power of the union and the states, manner of the president, for example, very briefly here, we will discuss this in president separately. But to elect a president, who votes? Members of Lok Sabha vote, members of Rajya Sabha vote, members of the state legislative assemblies vote. So your MLAs in the state legislatures, they also vote. What if tomorrow we say, let's amend the Constitution? Let's say from now onwards, the president will be elected only by Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha. State legislative assemblies will have no role, which means we are changing the manner of president's election. Such a bill cannot be passed in the parliament. Such a constitutional amendment cannot be implemented unless and until this constitutional amendment is supported by more than half of the state legislatures as well. Which means, the previous example, let's amend the Constitution to add right to safe drinking water and sanitation as a fundamental right. For that, what is the majority required? More than 2/3 of the members present and voting, plus absolute majority. Clear? But if a bill, a constitutional amendment bill, wants to alter some of the federal features, if a constitutional amendment bill, if a proposal wants to say that from now onwards, state legislative assemblies will not be involved in amending the Constitution, will not be involved in electing the president. President's election will be done only by Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha. State legislative assemblies, state MLAs, they will have no role. This bill will be passed by both Lok Sabha as well as Rajya Sabha by the special majority flavor 2, by 2/3 of the members present and voting plus absolute majority. But this bill, which is passed by both houses of the parliament by flavor 2 of special majority, will not be sent to the president. Before being sent to the president, this bill will be sent to all the state legislative assemblies in India, seeking their permission. If we have 28 states and 2 union territories in India where we have legislative assembly, because there are 2 union territories in India, Delhi and Puducherry, where we have a legislative assembly, this bill will be sent to the legislative assembly of all the 28 states, 2 union territories where we have the legislative assembly. That means this bill will be sent to 30 legislative assemblies. If 16 legislative assemblies agree, Constitution is amended. If 16 legislative assemblies or more agree that yes, from now onwards, we will have no role in electing the President of India, then this constitutional amendment bill will be sent to the President. President will sign and the Constitution stands amended, modified. But what type of majority is required for the state assemblies to give their concurrence, to give their ratification, to ratify this? Parliament will pass this constitutional amendment bill by flavor 2 of special majority. But once this bill is sent to the state legislative assemblies, they need to approve this constitutional amendment by simple majority. That means more than half of the members present and voting. So Parliament will pass by special majority flavor 2. State legislative assemblies will have to approve it only by simple majority. And once they approve it, the constitution stands amended. So what are the different types of majorities? Number one, absolute majority. What is absolute majority? More than half of the total strength of the House. Simple, absolute majority. What is simple majority? More than half of the members present and voting. Clear? What is effective majority? More than half of all the then members of the House, which means more than half of the effective strength. Then what is special majority? Number one, more than 2/3 of the members present and voting. Flavor 2, more than 2/3 of the members present and voting and absolute majority. What is flavor 3? More than 2/3 of the members present and voting plus absolute majority. But if this bill talks about altering federal structure, then this bill should be sent to all the state legislative assemblies. And only when more than half of the state assemblies, they accept this constitutional amendment by passing a resolution by simple majority, this bill will be sent to President. President will sign this, constitution stands amended. But which are these federal features for which we require ratification by more than half of the states? These are the 7 features. You don't have to remember them now because we will discuss this separately later, because these are the things that you will not understand right now. What is this executive power of the union and the state? What is this distribution of the legislative subjects? What is the role of Supreme Court and High Court? We will discuss it there. Here, just keep in mind what is flavor 3 of special majority. Flavor 3 is if some federal features, and which are these federal features? These 7 features. If these federal features are to be altered, for that we require special majority flavor 3, which means this bill which alters federal features should be passed by both houses of Indian Parliament by special majority flavor 2. But then this bill will be sent to all the state legislative assemblies. And when more than half of the state assemblies accept this constitutional amendment, then this bill will be sent to the President for signature. The constitution stands amended. Clear? So GST is a federal feature? Yes. This was the procedure which was done for the implementation of the GST. Because the GST basically was change in the distribution of the legislative powers mentioned in the 7th schedule. Any of the list in 7th schedule if we change, that requires ratification by more than half of the states. Ratification done only if amendment regarding federal features, not other amendments. Absolutely yes. Only in these features you require ratification by the states. Otherwise you don't need. Otherwise the bulk of the constitution can be changed by the parliament. States are not involved. Sir, then not every constitutional amendment bill needs flavor 3. No, not every. Only these. Shalu, what's your question, please? Article 368. Article 368 gives power to the parliament to amend the constitution. So which article is used to amend the constitution? That's Article 368. What if parliament tomorrow wants to change Article 368 itself? Even there, they need ratification by more than half of the states. For Article 370, flavor 3 is required. Article 370 is gone. And for that, no constitutional amendment was required. That was done by a president's notification. We will discuss that separately in Article 370. Okay. Now the flavor 4, the last flavor of special majority. And this is the toughest majority in the Constitution. And this toughest majority is used to impeach the President of India. Listen to me carefully. What is impeachment of the President of India? Basically, President should be removed from his office. But this term impeachment is used only and only for the President of India. Only the President can be impeached. The governor can be removed. CAG can be removed. Judges of the Supreme Court and High Court can be removed. Chief Election Commissioner can be removed. The term impeachment is used only and only for the President of India. What is the difference between impeachment and removal? That I will tell you when we will discuss President. But here, what are we discussing? We are not discussing the President. We are discussing flavor 4 of special majority, which is the toughest majority in the Constitution. And this toughest majority is used to impeach, which is to remove the President of India. And what is this flavor 4 of special majority? Majority of not less than 2/3 of the total membership of the House. We are not talking about 2/3 of the members present and voting. We are not talking about members more than 50% of the then members of the House or effective strength. We are talking about not less than 2/3 of the total membership of the House. Which means if it is Lok Sabha, total membership is 543. To impeach the President of India, Lok Sabha must pass this resolution. 362 members should vote to impeach the President. Anything less than 362, President cannot be removed. President cannot be impeached. This is the toughest majority in the Constitution, not less than 2/3 of the total membership of the House. This is the majority required to impeach the President of India. So we have completed all the majority. We have basically completed module 1. And in module 1, what did we discuss? Yesterday, I gave you an introduction of this program, of this course, the live online classroom program. Clear? There are some students asking, writing, sir, is this live? My dear, this is not live. This is a recorded lecture. I realized yesterday when I was recording that you will ask me this question, so I'm answering you now. It's not a live class. But be that as it may, I gave you an introduction of this live class program. We discussed what is a constitution, theory of separation of powers, doctrine of checks and balances, what is constitutionalism, and then we discussed these various types of majorities. Absolute majority, simple majority, effective majority, special majority. So that tomorrow or day after or whenever we discuss that this particular bill requires simple majority, I don't have to explain what is simple majority because we have covered it now. Later on, when I will tell you that President can be impeached by flavor 4 of special majority, I don't have to explain what is that flavor. Clear? Done? But flavor 4 never used till now? No, we haven't. No president has been impeached as of now. Please tell use of effective majority. Effective majority is used to remove Vice President of India, to remove the Speaker of the Lok Sabha, to remove Deputy Speaker of the Lok Sabha, to remove Deputy Chairperson of the Rajya Sabha. This is where effective majority is required. I am only here to tell you what is effective majority. But where effective majority is required, we will cross the bridge once we reach. So when we will discuss Vice President, I will tell you Vice President can be removed by effective majority. Speaker can be removed by effective majority. Where is simple majority required? To pass a money bill, to pass the budget, to pass a financial bill, to pass an ordinary bill. But I can't tell you what is an ordinary bill now because you will not understand. I can't tell you what's a money bill now because you will not understand. We'll have to cross the bridge once we reach. Patience. Patience is gold or diamond. Ritika is asking, it means that this live lecture is recorded and not live. My dear, this is live. I mean, that was just humor. It's live. Otherwise, how can I take your questions? What's the time right now? 7:25. Okay. So what we will do now, we'll take a break. After the break, we will start preamble, the philosophy of India's constitution. So it's 7:25. We will meet at 7:40. And then discuss the remaining modules. See you on the other side of the break. Take care. Sir, if it is live, why are you repeatedly mentioning some one name? Akula, I'm mentioning your name as well now. Shall we start? Now let's start with the preamble of the Constitution of India. The preamble of the Constitution is the philosophy of the Constitution of India. Now, what do we mean by philosophy? Let's say, for example, you buy a land and then you approach a government officer. You're basically asking for the land documents. The government officer tells you it will take 7 days. Come after 7 days, I will give you the document. Now you're taking your wallet out and you're bribing, or you try to bribe this officer that I need this document now, take this money and give me this document. This officer is telling you, I do not indulge in corruption because that's not my philosophy. What is that philosophy? Some trait which guides your behavior. It's not the trait of this individual to indulge in bribery, to indulge in illegal activities. That's his philosophy. So there are some traits about an individual that drives his or her behavior. That's what we call philosophy. What is the philosophy which guides our Indian Constitution? That we come to know when we look at the preamble of the Constitution of India. So if we want to know what is the guiding philosophy behind Indian Constitution, for that we just need to read this beautiful document known as the preamble. Number one. Number two, for example, you're reading a novel. Before you start reading out that novel, you also read the preface. Sometimes. What is this preface telling you? Preface tells you what is this book all about? What can you expect in this book? This preface also tells you about the author. What is the mindset of this author who has written this book? That we come to know by looking at the preface, by reading the preface. Similarly, we can say preface of the Constitution is the preamble. Even without reading the Constitution, if you want to know what is the philosophy of Indian Constitution, for that you should go through the preamble of the Indian Constitution. Preamble will tell you not only about the Constitution, not only about the sacred book. Preamble will also give you insight into the minds of the makers of this Constitution. Because this Constitution was drafted by Constituent Assembly. We discussed that yesterday. People of India, some members of the people of this country, they were part of the Constituent Assembly, and the members of the Constituent Assembly were responsible for drafting the Constitution. So if this Constitution talks about equality, liberty, freedom, justice, dignity, we can safely assume that the members of the Constituent Assembly, their mindset was in favor of equality, in favor of dignity, in favor of liberty, in favor of freedom of speech and expression. Which means, long story short, what is the preamble to the Constitution? Preamble is the philosophy of the Indian Constitution. What guides our Constitution? That we come to know by looking at the preamble. Preamble is like the preface of a book. It will tell us about what this book is all about, but it also tells us about the mindset of those who drafted this book, who wrote this book, who wrote this Constitution. Nani Palkhiwala. We will discuss Nani Palkhiwala when we will study Keshavananda Bharati case. Nani Palkhiwala, one of the foremost, one of the brilliant legal minds that India has ever produced. Nani Palkhiwala says, preamble is like the identity card of the Constitution. So what is preamble? It's the philosophy of the Constitution. What is preamble? It's like the preface to the Constitution. What is the preamble? It's like the identity card of the Constitution. Now, what does this preamble tell us? It sets out the ideals and goals which the makers of the Constitution intend to achieve through this Constitution. Constitution is the rule book, how this nation will be governed, what will be the fundamental rights given to the people of this country, what sort of democracy, whether parliamentary or presidential form of democracy, what sort of democracy, what sort of state do we want to create, what is it that we want to achieve through this Constitution. Those goals, those ideals, which the makers of the Indian Constitution thought we will achieve through this Constitution, those ideals, those goals are set out in the preamble. The Supreme Court said in Golaknath versus State of Punjab, 1967, that if you want to know in nutshell what is the preamble, in nutshell, preamble reflects the ideals and the aspirations of the Constitution. This preamble is based on the Objectives Resolution of Pandit Nehru. What is this Objectives Resolution? We have an objective. What is the objective? You have enrolled in the BYJU'S classes to prepare for the civil services examination, but your goal is one, to clear the civil services exam to become an IAS, IPS, IFS, IRS officer. That's your objective. When the members of the Constituent Assembly got together, what was their objective? To write the Constitution. But the even more important objective was, what is it that we try to achieve through this Constitution? For that, Pandit Nehru introduced an Objectives Resolution in the Constituent Assembly. This Objectives Resolution was adopted by the Constituent Assembly on the 22nd of January 1947. Because when did this Constituent Assembly meet for the first time? 9th of December 1946. And on 22nd January 1947, this Objectives Resolution, which was moved by Pandit Nehru, it was adopted by the Constituent Assembly. And what was mentioned in that Objectives Resolution? That we want to establish a secular state, that we want justice for the people of this country, that we want freedom of speech and expression for the people of this country, that if we have any disputes, these disputes should be resolved through dialogue, through reconciliation. These disputes cannot be resolved through war. It is this Objectives Resolution which became the basis of the preamble. That means the same Objectives Resolution which was introduced by Pandit Nehru, which was adopted by the Constituent Assembly on 22nd January 1947, with few changes here and there, the same Objectives Resolution became the preamble of the Indian Constitution. And I told you, preface tells us what this book is all about, but preface also gives us an idea into the mindset of the author. Similarly, preface to Indian Constitution is the preamble. Preamble tells us what is this Constitution all about, but it also unlocks the minds of the makers of the Constitution. It gives us insights into those minds which drafted our Constitution. And this was the question asked in your prelims examination one year, where it was asked, which of the following provisions unlocks the minds of the makers of the Constitution? Through which of the following features can we understand the mindset of those who drafted our Constitution? And that feature is the preamble. So long story short, what is the preamble? Preamble is the identity card of the Constitution. Preamble is the philosophy of the Constitution. Preamble is like the preface to the Constitution. This preamble tells us not only about the Constitution as a book, as a sacred book, but also about the mindset of those who drafted the Constitution. In nutshell, preamble tells us about the ideals and the aspirations of the Constitution. What is it that we want to achieve? that we intend to achieve through this constitution, those ideals are mentioned in the preamble. And this preamble is based on the objectives resolution moved by Pandit Nehru, adopted by the Constituent Assembly on 22nd January 1947. But when we look at this preamble, this is how the preamble reads. We, the people of India, having solemnly resolved to constitute India into a sovereign, socialist, secular, democratic republic, and to secure to all its citizens justice, liberty, equality, fraternity, dignity of an individual. When we look at this preamble, we can break this preamble into 4 parts. For our understanding, to understand for the civil services examination, we can break down this preamble into 4 parts, 4 areas. Number 1, we the people, which means what is the source of authority of the Constitution. In constitutionalism, what is constitutionalism? The government can and should be legally limited in its powers. That's constitutionalism. And in constitutionalism, we discuss that one ways in which we implement constitutionalism, in which we uphold constitutionalism, is popular sovereignty. The ultimate power lies with the people of India. So if this constitution, where it talks about union and its territory, where it talks about fundamental rights, where it talks about directive principles, where it talks about the roles and the responsibilities of the president, prime minister, governor, election commission, judiciary, where does this constitution derive its authority from? It derives its authority from the people of India. We, the people of India. This constitution is not the gift of the United Nations. This constitution is not the gift of the United Kingdom. This constitution is not the gift of the United States. This constitution is not the gift of any foreign power. This constitution is the gift of the people of this country to themselves. It is our constitution. We have gifted ourselves this constitution. We have framed this constitution. So constitution derives its authority from the people of this country. That's the first key takeaway from the preamble. That's the first thing that we need to understand from the preamble. We, the people of India, which means the popular sovereignty lies with the people, which means our constitution derives its authority, the source of authority of the constitution, from where constitution can be said that it's a supreme document, it's the supreme law of land. This constitution derives its authority from the people of India, we the people. Second thing that this preamble tells us, it tells about what is going to be the nature of the Indian state. What is your nature? I'm shy. I'm confident. I am flamboyant. What's your nature? By nature, I'm gentle, for example. By nature, I'm helpful. What is the nature of the Indian state? It's going to be sovereign, socialist, secular, democratic, republic. How do we know this? By looking at the preamble. I will explain all these terms one by one, but here, just keep in mind that we can break down preamble into 4 areas. The first is, what is the source of authority of the Constitution? From where does the Constitution derive its authority from? If we say Constitution is the supreme law of land, at the top of the hierarchy we have the Constitution. Where does this Constitution derive its power, authority from? From the people of this country. Second preamble tells us what is the nature of the Indian state. And the nature of the Indian state is sovereign, socialist, secular, democratic republic. The third thing that preamble tells us, what are the objectives that we tend to achieve through this constitution? Through this constitution, We intend to achieve justice, but not only social justice, but political justice, economic justice, liberty of thought, belief, faith, worship. Say whatever you have to say, express whatever you have to express, take up any religion of your choice, freedom to take a religion, freedom from religion as well, stay atheist, stay agnostic, equality, liberty, justice, fraternity. Fraternity in the sense, a sense of brotherhood. In the sense from north to south, we are different, yet we are united. We are unique, yet we are united. We may belong to different religions, different caste groups, different tribal groups, different linguistic groups, different regional groups. We may speak different languages. We may eat different food. We may dress up differently, yet we are common. Yet we are united. United by the nation. United by the oneness of this nation. That's fraternity. From north to south, east to west, we are one. That's the dignity. That's the fraternity. So that's the objective of the Constitution. So first thing, preamble tells us what is the source of authority of the Constitution. Second, preamble tells us what is the nature of the Indian state. Third, preamble tells us what are the objectives that we intend to achieve through this Constitution. Justice, liberty, equality, fraternity. And the last thing that preamble tells us, the date of adoption. Which is different from the date of enactment. This Constitution was ready, signed, adopted by the Constituent Assembly on the 26th of November 1949. But this Constitution entered into force. This Constitution was enacted on the 26th of January 1950. This 26th November 1949, we celebrate as the Constitution Day. 26th January 1950, we celebrate as the Republic Day. But now, there can be a question on your mind. Sir, if the Constitution was adopted, if it was ready on the 26th of November 1949, why was it given force? Why was it enacted? Why did it start implementing from 26th January 1950, which we celebrate as the Republic Day? What is the reason? For that, we need to go back to history. And for that, we need to go back because this was on the basis of the request made by Pandit Nehru. Why? For that, there is a backstory. What is the backstory? Indian National Congress, which was the most important political party which fought for India's independence, it was formed in the year 1885. But initially, Indian National Congress, they did not demand complete independence from the British rule. Initially, they were focusing on educating the people, because first they had to educate the people and tell the people that, see, you are a colony. You are not independent. You are governed by an alien power. You are governed by a foreign power. We are not governing ourselves. So we had to first educate people and tell them that you are a colony. You are under a colonial occupation. You are under an imperialistic power. And slowly and steadily, they started demanding something. They demanded that more and more Indians should be allowed to write the civil services examination. More and more Indians should be elected to the legislatures. So over a period of time, they wanted something called as Swaraj. Swaraj is known as self-rule. This is, if you study modern history, there you will realize that some movements were launched. For example, the Home Rule movement, which was launched by Lokmanya Tilak, Bal Gangadhar Tilak, launched by Annie Besant as well. Lokmanya Tilak, when he gave a popular slogan, Swaraj is my birthright and I must have it. He was not talking about independence. He was talking about Swaraj. He was talking about self-rule. Self-rule in the sense, British Queen will still be the ruler of Hindustan, will still be the ruler of India. But please allow Indians to elect Indians so that we can make laws for the people of this country, so that we can govern ourselves. Ultimate power will be with the Queen. Ultimate sovereignty will be with the Queen. But please allow Indians to self-govern. Please give us the opportunity so that people can elect their own representatives and these representatives can govern them, make laws for them. So the principal objective of the Congress Party, of the Indian National Congress, was not initially complete independence. It was Swaraj or self-rule. But something changed in 1929. A historic session of Indian National Congress was held in Lahore, which is today in Pakistan. Pakistan and India, part of one country, undivided India. The session of Indian National Congress was held in December 1929 in Lahore, which was presided over by Pandit Nehru. Pandit Nehru was the president of the Indian National Congress. And there the slogan of the Congress Party was, the objective of the Congress Party was, we need some Purna Kranti or Purna Swaraj. We don't need self-rule. We need Purna Swaraj. We need complete independence. On the banks of River Ravi, a historic session was held in 1929 in Lahore, presided over by Pandit Nehru, where the goal of the Congress Party, the slogan, the objective of the Congress Party was, we don't need self-rule, we need complete independence, Purna Swaraj. And it was in this session of the Indian National Congress that it was decided that 26th January will be celebrated as the Independence Day. It was symbolic. We were not independent. But as a symbolic gesture, it was decided that we will celebrate 26th January every year as the Independence Day. And the first symbolic Independence Day was celebrated in 1930 after the Lahore session of Indian National Congress. So this date, 26th January, it was etched into the memory of those who were the part of the Constituent Assembly. And Pandit Nehru requested the members of the Constituent Assembly, now that our constitution is ready, it is adopted on 26 November 1949. But can we implement this constitution on 26 January 1950? So that this 26 January remains etched into the memory of the people of India forever and ever. And that is why in 2023, we are discussing this. So 4 things that Constitution tells us, that the preamble of the Constitution tells us. Number 1, what is the source of authority of the Constitution? Constitution derives its authority from the people of India. We, the people of India. Second, Constitution tells us what is the nature of the Indian state. Third, Constitution tells us what are the objectives that we intend to achieve through this Constitution. And fourth thing that preamble tells us, it tells us about the date when the Constitution was adopted. It was adopted on the 26th of November 1949, which we celebrate as the Constitution Day, but it entered into force, it was enacted on 26 January 1950, which we celebrate as the Republic Day. Why? Because there is a backstory. And the backstory is 26 January is an important date in the history of India, because 26 January 1930 was the first time we celebrated, although symbolically, the Independence Day. And that is why 26th January is when the Constitution was enacted. Now let's look at one by one what is the nature of the Indian state, what do we mean by sovereign, socialist, secular, democratic, republic. Then we will look at what are these objectives that are mentioned in the preamble. What do we mean by justice, liberty, equality, fraternity, dignity of an individual? That we will discuss one by one. Clear? 26th January was celebrated as the Independence Day in 1930. But 26th January now is celebrated as the Republic Day because that is when the Constitution was enacted. Okay. Just give me 5 minutes, please. I'll come back in 5 minutes. 5 minutes, please. 5 minutes. Okay, shall we continue? Okay. Now let's look at what is the nature of the Indian state. Sovereign, socialist, secular, democratic, republic. Let's look at them one by one. The first is sovereign. Let's assume for a while that if what Bal Gangadhar Tilak, what Lokmanya Tilak asked for, Swaraj, self-rule, what if it was granted? Which means Indians would elect their representatives. These representatives will make laws, but ultimately the power is with the Queen. That means any law which is passed by the Indians can be stopped by the Queen. That means we are not sovereign. Sovereignty means we can take any decision, we can unmake any decision without interference by any other country. If we want to pass the farm laws, we don't have to take the permission of any other country. What we want to do in India, whether we have to reorganize Andhra Pradesh and bifurcate Andhra Pradesh into Andhra and Telangana, for that we didn't have to seek the permission of any foreign country. We introduced a budget yesterday. Whether we want to increase the tax slabs or reduce them, we want to implement GST, we want to implement any other provision or any other law. For that, we don't have to take any permission from any other country. We are sovereign, which means we can take any decision, we can unmake any decision without any interference by any other country, which means we are sovereign. And preamble tells us that Indian state will always remain sovereign. It will never go back to monarchy. It will never go back to the British Empire. It will always remain sovereign. So the first nature is sovereign. We can take any decision, unmake any decision without any interference by other country. But let me tell you something and let me ask something. You may have heard of WTO. What is WTO? World Trade Organization. World Trade Organization, whoever is a member of WTO, India is one of the founding members of WTO. WTO imposes restrictions. Restrictions on the kind of subsidies that we may give our farmers, stockpiling of food. For example, WTO imposes restrictions on the kind of subsidies on fertilizers, on fuel, on electricity that we can give farmers, or what is the amount of food grain that we can stockpile, that we can store. WTO imposes these restrictions. And we have to abide by these restrictions. Can we say then we are sovereign? Sovereignty means we can take any decision, we can unmake any decision without any interference by any other foreign country. But WTO is interfering. WTO tells us whether you can give subsidies or not, how much subsidies can you give, what is the amount of food grains that you can store and stockpile. Does that mean then we are sovereign? We are still sovereign. Why? Because we have joined WTO out of our own free will. And at any point in time, we can come out of WTO. But once you join an institution, once you join a multilateral institution, once you join a multi-member institution, once you join an institution where different countries are part of, then you have to abide by the decisions taken by that organization. That doesn't mean we are not sovereign. We are sovereign because it is our decision to join WTO. It can be our decision to come out of WTO. That means we are sovereign. Long story short, sovereignty means we can make any decision, we can unmake any decision without any interference by any foreign country. That's nature number one of the Indian state. You are sovereign. Second, we are democratic. Democratic in the sense, what is democracy? And don't give me that cliched definition of democracy given by Abraham Lincoln. the government by the people, for the people, of the people. But democracy basically means people's rule. People's rule in the sense, are we like Mughal Empire, where through hereditary we decide who is going to be the next ruler of India? Whether after Babur it will be Akbar or Humayun, then Akbar, then Jahangir, then Shah Jahan, whatever it is. Or is it that people elect their representatives and these representatives govern us for a particular time, for 5 years, and then we have to go back to the public, seek their votes, and they will elect some other government? That means democracy, after all, means people's rule. That means we will not be monarchy. We will not be a dictator regime. We will not be a country where there is an institution of monarchy, where there is one party or rule or one individual rule, dictator rule. We will be democracy. That means other nature is democratic, where constitution ensures the creation of a government, the existence of a government at the will of the people through elections. Every 5 years there will be elections. It may be possible that in 2024 again we have Mr. Modi. It may be possible that 2019 again we have Mr. Modi. But it is basically through the will of the people. It is what you want, you will get. We will not have a hereditary system in India. The system of government will be democratic. And this is what the Supreme Court has said in R.C. Podial versus Union of India. Democracy denotes people's power and equal participation of all citizens in polity. Tomorrow you can also contest elections. Nobody can stop you from contesting the election. You may not win, but that's a separate point altogether. But nobody can stop you from contesting the election if you are eligible. Eligible in the sense, if you are 25 years or above, you can contest Lok Sabha election. You can contest Legislative Assembly election. There is no power on earth that can stop you. So first nature, as reflected in the preamble, the nature of the Indian state, you are sovereign. Second, you are democratic. Third, you are republic. What do we mean by republic? The head of the state is elected and is not a hereditary monarch. Britain, for example, we call it constitutional monarchy. India, we say, is a constitutional republic. In Britain, do they have a constitution? Yes. That's an unwritten constitution. It has a lot of conventions, but nevertheless, it has a constitution. But who is the head of the state in Britain? The king now. Previously, it was the queen. So king, queen, then their sons and daughters. That means basically the head of the state is not elected by the people in Britain. The head of the state is a hereditary monarch. That is why we say Britain is a democracy. Britain has a constitution, but it is not a republic. It is a constitutional monarchy. Why? Because the head of the state is not elected by the people of Britain. The head of the state is a hereditary monarch. In India, we say we have a constitution and we are a republic as well. Because the head of the state, the first tribal president of India, Srimati Draupadi Murmu, elected not directly by the people, elected by the representatives of the people. Because Srimati Draupadi Murmu, she was elected by the members of the parliament, members of the legislative assemblies in India. But we elect MLAs, we elect MPs, and through them, we elected the President of India. So people of India elect the President of India, but not directly, indirectly, through our representatives in parliament and legislative assemblies. Prior to that, we had Mr. Ramnath Kovind as the President of India. Prior to that, we had Pranab Mukherjee as the President of India. Prior to that, we had Pratibha Devi Singh Patil as the President of India. Prior to that, we had APJ Abdul Kalam as the President of India. Tomorrow, can it be that the son or the daughter of the current president would become the president of India? Yes. But for that, that person should be elected again. So the head of the state in India is elected, is not holding this position because of his hereditary. The head of the state is an elected individual. That means India is a republic. A republic does not only mean that the head of the state is elected. A republic also means that this position to become the head of the state is open to all, without any discrimination. Is it mentioned anywhere in the Constitution that the head of the state can only be a man and not a woman? Can only be a member of the upper caste and not from the Dalit community? Can only be a Hindu but not a Christian or a Sikh or a Parsi or a Muslim? Can only be from North India but not from South India? That means republic means two things. Number one, the head of the state is elected. He is not holding or she is not holding this position because of her hereditary. But this position to become the head of the state is open for all, regardless of any discrimination, whether on the basis of religion, race, caste, sex, place of birth, no discrimination whatsoever. That is the republic. So our constitution tells us in preamble that you, Indian state, you will be sovereign. You can take any decision, make any decision, unmake any decision without any interference by any foreign country. Second, you will be democratic. You will not be a dictator. You will not be a monarchy. Third, the head of the state will be elected. And this position of the head of the state will be open to all, regardless of religion, race, caste, sex, place of birth. Initially, till 1976, these were the only three natures mentioned in the preamble. So till 1976, Constitution said in the preamble that we, the people of India, having solemnly resolved to constitute India into a sovereign, democratic republic. Only these three natures were mentioned in the Constitution. But the 42nd Constitutional Amendment Act was passed. That means for the 42nd time, the Constitution was amended. The year was 1976. Two more natures were added to the preamble. Srimati Indira Gandhi was the Prime Minister. Constitution was amended by the Parliament. And the preamble was amended. Preamble was amended to add two more natures to the Constitution. One is socialist. The second is secular. Now let's discuss what is socialist and what is secular. And to understand socialist, we need to go back to the writings of Karl Marx. Through the writings of Karl Marx and his friend Friedrich Engels, they talk about a socialist state or a communist state. What is that socialism? What is that communism? That is something that we first need to understand. And for that, we need to first understand that Karl Marx talks about a cyclical nature of history. Cyclical nature of the history in the sense, Karl Marx says that history started with primitive communism. What is primitive communism? Karl Marx says when the history started, when the origin of the nation started, at that point in time, there was no private property. Private property in the sense, this is my land, this is your land, each and every land has an owner. That was not the case in primitive communism. All the tribals were residing in a particular area. This land was communal land. Communal land in the sense, this land was owned not by individuals, but by the entire community. Whatever was sown on this piece of land, and whatever was generated, whatever was harvested, that was equally distributed amongst all the members of this community. So it was a beautiful society, an equalitarian society, what is known as an egalitarian society, where there is no rich, there is no poor, where there is no upper class, there is no lower class. Everybody is equal, because this entire piece of land, nobody is owning this piece of land. This land belongs to the community. The entire community is the owner of this land. There is no private property. Whatever seeds are sown on this land, whatever crop is harvested, that gets equally distributed amongst all the members of this community. So nobody is rich, no one is poor. Everybody is equal. That's a beautiful egalitarian, equalitarian society. But Karl Marx says that this primitive communism got destroyed. And then we emerged and entered into an ancient society. And from this point onwards, the society got divided into two classes. This is where classes emerged in the society. Otherwise, in primitive communism, it was an egalitarian, it was a classless society. There were no classes. There was no upper class, there was no lower class. Everybody was equal. But when this primitive communism got destroyed, we entered into ancient society. And this is where the society got divided into two classes, two big classes. One, haves, have-nots. Those who have property, those who doesn't. Those who are part of the upper class, those who are part of the lower class. So classes emerged. And this ancient society is also known as slave society. Who are the haves in ancient society? Masters. Who are the have-nots in the slave society? Serfs or slaves. So when slavery started, when this exploitative practice of slavery started, you had masters who were not working. They got all the work done from the slaves. They were made to work in horrible conditions. They were working on the lands, but ultimately the profit was given to the masters. That's how the society got divided from a beautiful egalitarian, equalitarian, classless society. Now two classes emerged, haves, have-nots, ancient society. Even this ancient society changed and we entered into a feudal society. And in feudal society also we have two classes, landlords and serfs. Basically agricultural workers, laborers. Even this feudal society got changed and we entered into capitalist society. And in capitalist society also we have two classes of people, haves, have-nots. Who are these haves? Bourgeois. Who are these have-nots? Proletariat. If you are a student of sociology as an optional, you have to understand this in great detail. How the societies got destroyed, how new societies emerged, what was the basis of disintegration. But for the GS perspective, you don't have to go too deep into this. Just understand the concept. And what is the concept? We say in 1976, when the Constitution was amended for the 42nd time, another nature was added to the preamble, socialist. This socialism as an idea, as an ideology, owes its origin to the writings of Karl Marx and his friend Friedrich Engels. They write in the Communist Manifesto. And they say that there was a beautiful egalitarian, equalitarian, classless society way back in the past, way back at the time of the origin. And that was beautiful society in the sense that there was no private property. This land was communal land, owned by the entire community. Anything that you sow on this piece of land, whatever crops you're harvesting, gets equally distributed amongst all the members of the community, which means there is no rich, there is no poor, there is no upper class, there is no lower class. But unfortunately, when this society, when this classless society got changed, morphed, disintegrated, we entered into ancient society. And from that time onwards, the entire history is the history of class struggle. There's a struggle between haves and have-nots. From that point onwards, the society got divided into two classes: haves, have-nots. So in ancient society, there were masters and there were slaves. After this, we entered into feudal society. We have landlords, we have serfs. After that, we entered into capitalist society, where we have bourgeois and we have the proletariat. Very briefly, according to Marx, what leads to change in the society? Marx says it is technology which changes the society. Technology in the sense, or should we say means of production. In feudal society, land was everything. Whoever has the land is rich. You were sowing something on this piece of land, indulging in agriculture, in other activities. There were those who were the owners of this land, and then there were those who were agricultural laborers. But then this agriculture, which used to be practiced through, let's say, cattle, buffaloes, oxen, through these, let's say, for example, these cattle were used to plough the field, so on and so forth. But then we had industrial revolution in Britain, which means of production got changed. Now we had factories emerging. Technology changed. Now we have factories emerging. And these factories, this industrial revolution led to another emergence of another society known as capitalist society, where we have two kinds of classes, bourgeois and the proletariat. Bourgeois are the owners of these factories, the Ambanis, the Adanis, the Tatas and the Birlas. And who are the proletariat? Workers in these factories. Karl Marx, he witnessed the plight of workers in capitalist society from very close quarters. He saw that workers are being forced to work for 18 to 20 hours a day. They're not fed properly. No medical insurance whatsoever. And in capitalism, the workers are exploited. And in capitalism, the workers are alienated. If you would have read yesterday's The Hindu newspaper, there was a topic, there was an article on alienation as well. The Karl Marx's concept of alienation. Alienation in the sense, first the worker is alienated from the production. Production in the sense, for example, the example was given of the iPhone factory. For example, 40,000 workers are working in the iPhone factory. Now, there is some element of specialization involved, division of labor. Some people will be part of the back end. Some people will manufacture the software, will take care of the software. Some people will manufacture the hardware. Some people will only polish the front side of the iPhones. So there is level of specialization. Some people will be responsible for polishing the top side of the phone. Some will be responsible for manufacturing the batteries. Some will be responsible for debugging. Some will be responsible for software, backend, whatever it is. And then you are alienated from the process. Because although you are working in the iPhone factory, but once you see an iPhone in someone else's hand, number one, you can't buy it, which means the product that you have created, you're alienated from this product because it is very difficult for you to own this. Because the entire profit is pocketed by the bourgeois, pocketed by the owner of this factory. You get only salary, which is peanuts, and you're working in exploitative condition. according to Marx. So ultimately, first you are alienated from the production because you have not manufactured this entire product, because there is specialization involved. You were only part of labeling or polishing the front surface. Then you are alienated from the fellow workers as well. 46,000 workers are working in the iPhone factory, but you don't have time to interact with each other because there is a manager who will tell you, why are you talking to each other? Go back to work. Don't waste your time. We have a production to keep. So you are alienated from your fellow workers as well. You are alienated from the society as well, because where is the time for you to interact with the society? Whether you agree with Karl Marx or not, that's a separate matter. But this is what Karl Marx says. There is alienation in capitalist societies. And that is why he gave a famous slogan. All the workers of the world, unite. Unite. Let's have a bloody revolution. Let's overthrow this capitalist system. Let's overthrow this capitalist system so that we can go back to this beautiful society, beautiful classless society called primitive communism. So ultimately, Karl Marx's objective is to go back to communism, where there is a classless society, where there is no rich, there is no poor. Everybody is equal. That was the prescription given by Karl Marx. We will go back to the primitive communism. And for that, he called for a revolution. All the workers of the world, unite. Let's overthrow this capitalist system. But Marx realized that such is the horrible nature of our society right now that we cannot immediately transition from capitalist society to communism. There has to be a preparatory stage for this. We have to prepare for this beautiful communism. And that preparatory stage is socialism. And what will happen in socialism? There will be government. What will government do? All the private property will be dissolved. Everything will be owned by the government. So Ambani, Adani, Tata, Birla, every Birla, all your property is snatched. All your banks, factories, industries are nationalized. Government will control everything. And when government in socialism controls everything, then government, what it will do? It will start distributing the profit equally amongst the members of the society. One by one, slowly and steadily, because the evils of capitalism are too deep. It will take some time to come out of these evils. Slowly and steadily, the government will be responsible for ensuring that whatever profit is generated, that gets equally distributed amongst the society. And once we reach a point where there is no class whatsoever, there are no classes, everybody is equal, all the profits are equally distributed, then this government will disappear. This government will wither away. We don't need this government. That's what Karl Marx says, people's rule. We will go back to primitive communism. And that's what Karl Marx says, the history will rest. Nowhere in the world has communism emerged. Not even in China, not even in Russia. We don't have a communist state anywhere in the world. But that was the utopia of Karl Marx. Utopia, the final goal that you want to achieve, whether you can reach that goal or not, but you should strive towards that goal. So the final goal of Karl Marx is communism, where there are no classes whatsoever. But we cannot directly jump from capitalism to communism. For that, we need a preparatory stage. And that preparatory stage is socialism. And in socialism, what will happen? There is no private property. Everything will be controlled by the government. Everything will be owned by the government. And government will distribute it among the people. And once we reach to a stage where there is maturity, where there are no classes, where everybody is equal, where nobody is rich, nobody is poor, then this government will disappear. Is this the same socialism which is mentioned in our constitution, in our preamble? Does our constitution say that we should have no private property? Does our constitution say in the preamble that we will snatch the private property from the people, give all the control to the government, And then there will come a time where even this government will disappear, where we don't even need this government, where there will be people's rule, communism. Indira Gandhi was asked, Madam, there are different versions of socialism. What kind of socialism do we want to implement? Indira Gandhi said, we have our own brand of socialism. She was asked, what is your own brand of socialism? She did not elaborate. Then Supreme Court, in DS Nakara versus Union of India, Supreme Court said, by incorporating this philosophy of socialism, what are we trying to achieve? That doesn't mean there will be no private property. Through socialism, we only try to eliminate the inequality that is present in the society. Whether this inequality is based on income or whether this inequality is based on status, we have to improve the standard of life of the people so that everybody can get good quality education, good quality sanitation, good quality health support in this country. That is socialism for us. So socialism in India, we can say, is the Gandhian socialism. There is a close correlation between the ideology of Mahatma Gandhi and the ideology of the Karl Marx. Both believed that at the end of the day, we will have a stateless society. So what Karl Marx called communism, Mahatma Gandhi called Ram Raj, stateless society, where the state will not be present, where the government will not be present. It will be people's rule. We don't need government. But Mahatma Gandhi did not believe in revolution, a bloody revolution. Mahatma Gandhi was a non-violent person. And this is where some constitutional experts say, we believe in Fabian socialism. What is Fabian socialism? Fabian is a school of sociology which was established in London. They also were fascinated by this romantic idea of a beautiful classless society given by Karl Marx. But they disagreed with Karl Marx on the prescription. Yes, diagnosis is right. Capitalism is a horrible society. Capitalism is a deeply exploitative society. Not according to me, according to Fabian socialist. But to abolish capitalism or to abolish inequality, we don't need revolution. We don't need people killing each other. We don't need proletariats killing the bourgeois. What we need a government which can help in the welfare of the people. We need a government to bring in a revolution. So revolution need not be brought about by the people, by the proletariat, by killing the bourgeois. All the workers of the world unite and overthrow the bourgeois, overthrow the capitalist system. We don't need revolution by the people. We need the government to ensure that inequality is reduced. We need government to ensure that those who do not have livelihood, they are provided livelihood. We need government to ensure that those who do not have shelter, they have shelter. Those who do not have food, they have food to eat. And that is socialism that is mentioned in our preamble. So socialist character of our society, socialist character of our Indian state, that doesn't mean we do not believe in private property. That doesn't mean private property will be abolished. We don't believe in the Marxian concept of socialism. We believe in the welfare socialism. We believe in Gandhian socialism. We believe in Fabian socialism. We believe in a socialism. We believe in a society where inequality will be reduced, where the gulf between the rich and the poor will be minimized, where equal opportunity will be provided, where livelihood will be provided by the state, where food will be provided by the state, where insurance will be provided by the state, where the government exists for the poor, weaker, downtrodden, backward sections of the society. That is socialist in our preamble. So preamble, if we break it into 4 parts, first preamble tells us what is the source of authority of the Constitution. Constitution derives its authority from the people of India, we the people. Second, it tells us what is the date of adoption of Indian Constitution. It was adopted on 26 November 1949, but it was enacted on the 26th of January 1950. Why? Because of the historic reason, the Lahore session of the Indian National Congress of 1929. Then preamble tells us what is the nature of Indian state. Sovereign, socialist, democratic, republic. And then in 1976 also, the word secular was added to the Constitution, to the preamble. What do we mean by secularism? Who is secular? India will not have a religion as a state religion. We have Islamic State of Pakistan. We have the Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan. We have Islam as the state religion in Bangladesh. Or we have one form of Buddhism as the state religion in Sri Lanka. One form of Buddhism as the state religion in Myanmar. We have Christian states as well. We have the Jewish state of Israel, where Israel is the natural home of all Jews. No matter where you are, if you are a Jew, you can go to Israel and you can become the citizen of Israel. Because there the citizenship is defined and designed on the basis of your religion. If you are a Jew, no matter where you are, go to Israel, there you will become the citizen. Theocratic states based on religion, where religion, one particular religion is the state religion. But the founding fathers of India, they decided not to make India a theocratic state, not to make India an Islamic state, or a Christian state, or a Jewish state, or a Buddhist state, or a Hindu Rashtra, to make India a secular state, where state will not have its own religion, where all religions will be protected, where there will be no discrimination on the grounds of religion. That is secularism in India. And this is beautiful considering the fact it's a glowing achievement of India's democracy when her neighbors such as Pakistan, Bangladesh, Myanmar, or Burma uphold particular religions as state religions. So India is secular. That is another nature of Indian state. So preamble tells us the nature of the Indian state is we are sovereign, socialist, secular, democratic, republic. These are the 5 natures of Indian state. And secular and socialist, these terms were originally not part of the preamble. They were added to the preamble by 42nd Constitutional Amendment Act, 1976. If you have any questions, please let me know. Then we will discuss further. Democratic means people's will through elections. People's rule through elections. What type of socialism India believes in? Gandhian socialism. Those who do not understand, let me know. Those who have understood, let me know. Fabia's socialism, because Karl Marx said to overthrow capitalism, we need a revolution where proletariat will rise overthrow the capitalist system. Fabia's socialists, they say, yes, we need a revolution. We need to change our society. But for that, revolution should not be bloody. We need government to implement what is required to minimize inequality in the society. So government will play the role of a facilitator in ensuring that the Karl Marx's objective of minimizing inequality is achieved. Okay. Now, I can assume that there will be some questions such as, sir, if we are secular, but why do we see violations of secularism in India? Things like that. Or if we are socialist, then why do we see privatization here? All this will be dealt separately when we look at social justice and social issues. So communalism is a social issue. Secularism is a concept that we have to discuss in social issues. So the current practice of secularism, current practice or the evil of communalism will be discussed in social issues. In polity, I'll tell you what it is. In social issues, we will discuss how it is. So that's the difference. Okay. Now let's look at the objectives, the third thing that preamble tells us, the objectives of the Constitution. First is justice. Setting the wrongs right is what we call justice. This justice should be in social sphere, in economic sphere, in political sphere. Social justice, for example. Now there's a saying, whether some people agree with this, some don't. But some people say, some writers say, that we have Rig Veda, which talks about Chaturvarna system, where we have Brahmins, Kshatriyas, Vaishyas, Shudras. Initially, it was supposed to be a division of labor. What is division of labor? In our society, do we need doctors? Yes. Do we need engineers? Yes. Do we need mechanics? Yes. Do we need those people who can clean our roads as well? Yes. That doesn't mean one job is better than the other job. All these jobs are responsible for the smooth functioning of the society. If everyone is a doctor or an engineer or a teacher, but there is a heap of garbage lying on our road, who will clean it? There will be some people who will clean it, right? So initially it was some element of division of labor. Those who will teach, they are called Brahmins. Those who will fight the wars and defend the territory, those will be called Kshatriyas. Those who will indulge in trade, economic activities, they will be called Vaishyas. And those who will do the menial jobs, who will clean the dirt, who will clean the roads, who will support the other three groups, those are called Shudras. So originally it was meant to be division of labor. That is why Mahatma Gandhi was in favor. Mahatma Gandhi said, I am against caste system, but not Varna system. We need division of labor in the society. But slowly and steadily, this division of labor became division of society. In a sense, children born of Brahmins were called Brahmins. Children born of Kshatriyas, they were called Kshatriyas. Children born of Shudras, they could not take up any other occupation. They had to serve the other castes. So this division of labor became an exploitative practice. This four gradation of the society, Brahmins, Kshatriyas, Shudras, Vaishyas, these ultimately became on the basis of birth, not on the basis of what you are doing. And this led to an exploitative system where the members of the Dalit community, they were discriminated against. Discriminated against? based on the concept of purity and pollution. Members of the so-called upper castes, they are pure. Members of the so-called lower caste, they are impure. Your drinking habits are impure. Your food habits are impure. Your dress is impure. Your thoughts are impure. So this mind is making a binary, purity and pollution. Those of the upper caste, they are pure. Those of the lower caste, they are impure. And we started discriminating against these so-called lower castes. If I am a member of Dalit community, I was walking on the road and I saw a Brahmin coming from the other side, I would jump in the mud because my stench will cause pollution to the member of the upper caste and he will kill me. If I'm a Dalit, I was walking on the road, I cannot spit on this road. I have to carry a pot around my neck and I have to spit in that pot. Because if I spit on the road, it will pollute the members of the upper caste. I could not enter the temple because the temple was reserved for the members of the upper caste. I could only pay obeisance outside of the temple by not even climbing the stairs of the temple. For me, the wells were different. If I was studying in a school, for days I could not drink water because I could drink water only from a specific well. And if it was dry on a particular day, I cannot drink water from a well which is meant for the upper castes. Because if I lift water from that well, it will cause pollution in that water, which is not acceptable to the members of the upper caste. If I was walking on the road, I would have to keep a broom with me and I have to sweep the floor as well because my dirt should not fall on the floor because it will cause pollution to the members of the upper castes. Dr. Ambedkar, the architect of our constitution, himself a Dalit, for days he could not drink water because the well from which he was authorized to drink water, it was dry. And if you dare touch the water which is reserved for the members of the upper caste, you would be lynched, you will be killed. No food will be exchanged. Marriage is not even an option. If such exploitation persisted, where you were denied education, where you were denied employment opportunities, why would we need independence? So the founding fathers of our constitution, who wrote this beautiful document, they said, through this constitution, we have to give justice. We have to correct the historical wrongs committed against the members of our society, be it women, be it members of the Dalit community. And we have to set this social imbalance right. We have to provide social justice. Social justice in the sense that now a member of the Dalit community cannot be stopped from getting admission in a school or a college or a university, or from drinking from a particular well, or from entering into a temple, or becoming a priest. Now, Dalits are also appointed as priests. So this historical imbalance, this historical injustice that was meted out to the members of the Dalit community, this cannot continue in the constitution of a free Republic India. And for that, we need a constitution whose principal objective should be social justice. That's objective number 1 of the constitution, social justice. Objective number 2, for example, manual scavenging. Horrific. The problem is, previously it was your work which defined who you are. Now it is your caste which defines what is the work that you will do. Who are these members who clean our dirt, who clean the septic tanks, who clean our manholes? All of them belong to the Dalit community or the marginalized, weaker sections of the society. Despite the fact that this manual scavenging is banned, we still see members of the Dalit community diving inside these horrible manholes, inhaling the poisonous gases, and they die as well. So there is a clash between constitutional objective and the empirical reality. So Constitution says social justice, but we still see lynching on the basis of caste. Constitution says social justice, but we still see manual scavenging, where people belonging to a particular community, caste group, they manually enter the manholes and clean the dirt. So there is a clash between the objective of the Constitution and the reality that we see in the society. What is the pollution regarding lower caste? These are not my words, my dear. Various sociologists, when they looked at the caste system in India, they came to a conclusion. For example, Louis Dumont was one sociologist. They say that the Indians, they made a binary. Their minds make a binary of purity and pollution. They associate purity with the members of the upper caste. They associate pollution with the members of the lower castes. That is why they don't exchange food, they don't exchange water, they don't marry each other. So the mind is making that binary. So there is a clash between the constitutional objective and the empirical reality, which we will discuss in social issues. So in social issues, manual scavenging and all other horrible ills will be discussed separately. But what is the objective of the Constitution? Social justice. But justice, not only social justice, but also political justice. In political sphere, there should be no discrimination, distinction between a man and a man. You can vote. I can also vote. Do we say that this right to vote should be given only to men and not women? Look at the so-called West liberal world, which preach liberalism to India and other countries of Asia and Africa. There was a big leap of faith taken by the members, the founding fathers of our Constitution. In one go, we provided right to vote to everybody. If you are 21 or above, you have the right to vote. This was the voting age in 1950 onwards, till 1989. Then in 1989, the voting age was reduced to 18. But voting rights were given to everybody, regardless of your religion, regardless of your sex, regardless of your educational qualification, regardless of your property that you own, regardless of your status, class in the society. We have had a women president. In fact, 2 women presidents. We have had a women prime minister. We have had women chief ministers. We have had women ministers. We have had women governors. The so-called big daddy of the liberal world, United States of America, they are yet to have a women president. Forget about women president. They gave voting rights to women in 1920. Britain gave voting rights to women in 1929. Switzerland gave voting rights to women in 1974. In one go, we provided right to vote to everybody, regardless of their gender. The Western world would provide right to vote to those who are only educated. We gave right to vote to every adult, regardless of your educational qualification. The Western world initially provided right to vote to only those who own property. We gave right to vote to everybody, regardless whether you own property or not, to deepen democracy. So that is the political justice. That is the objective of our Constitution. Not only right to vote, right to contest elections. Anybody can contest election. Right to sit for a government office. Anybody can do that. That is the political justice that we see in our society. And the beautiful example of political justice is Lily Thomas versus Union of India 2013. What is that case all about? There is a law known as Representation of the People Act 1951, which we will discuss in great detail when we will discuss elections. But very briefly here, this is one law which governs the entire conduct of elections. In Representation of the People Act, there was Section 8, Clause 4. What was Section 8, Clause 4? If you are a legislator, legislator means if you are an MP or an MLA, if you have been convicted by the court and you have been sentenced to 2 years jail, this legislator is not disqualified. Instead, this legislator is given 3 months. That within 3 months, you approach a higher court. If High Court also convicts you and sentenced to a jail term of 2 or more years, even then you are not disqualified. Even then you are given 3 months. Now you can approach the Supreme Court. Only if Supreme Court says you are guilty and you are sentenced to a jail term of 2 or more years, then you will be disqualified as a legislator. But the problem here is a legislator. He has broken a law. Now the same legislator who is a lawbreaker continues as a lawmaker. So lawbreaker continuing as a lawmaker. How is that possible? Now imagine there is another individual, citizen of India. This citizen, if he has committed any crime for which he has been sentenced by a court to jail for 2 years or more, this citizen is disqualified from contesting the election. What does that mean? That means this law, it creates 2 different classes. Class citizen, class legislator. If I am a citizen, I have committed a crime. District court says you are guilty. You are sentenced to 2 years or more in jail. Now I cannot contest elections. Because I am a citizen. I have committed a crime for which I have been sentenced by the district court. I cannot contest elections. Full stop. But if I am a legislator, as a legislator I have committed a crime. And now the court has said you are guilty, sentenced to 2 years or more in jail. I am not disqualified. Instead, the Section 8 Clause 4 gives me 3 months. You have 3 months, Mr. Legislator, approach a higher court. Till then, you can continue as a lawmaker. Although you have broken the law, lawbreaker, you continue as a lawmaker. High Court says, yes, you are guilty. 2 years or more in jail. Even then, I am not disqualified. 3 months, I can approach the Supreme Court. Only when Supreme Court says, yes, you are guilty, then I will be disqualified. But Supreme Court is a slow poison. This case from district court to high court, all the way up to the Supreme Court will take 20 years. And in 20 years, I can also become the Prime Minister. Matter went to the court. My lord, political justice is violated. Said, what sort of political justice? There can be no distinction between a man and a man in political affair. This law, Representation of the People Act, this Section 8 Clause 4, it discriminates between man and a man in political affair. What's the difference? Both have committed crimes. One cannot contest election, one continues as a lawmaker. The court said you are absolutely right. Lily Thomas versus Union of India 2013, Supreme Court said this section 8 clause 4 is unconstitutional. Why? Because you are violating political justice. Now, Mr. Legislator, the moment you are declared guilty by the court, you are sentenced to 2 years or more in jail. The date of your conviction, on the date of your conviction, you will be disqualified. So Azam Khan, you were declared guilty by the court, same day disqualified. Because political justice means there can be no distinction, arbitrary distinction between man and a man in political affair. That's political justice. So we need justice, but not only social justice, we need political justice as well. Not just political and social justice, we need economic justice as well. Economic justice in the sense, there are some who cannot earn their livelihood. What do we do with these people? Should we discard them? Leave them to their mercy? Should the state not support them? Provide them unemployment allowance? Or provide them some form of free loans, collateral-free loans, cheap, easy loans? Should we not give them food? Should we not give them shelter? Should the state just wash off its hands and say we can't deal with these people? Economic justice means everybody should have the equal opportunity to get jobs. Everybody should have equal opportunity to start business. No discrimination whatsoever. And if there are people who are not able to earn livelihood, if there are people who are not in a position to eat food, earn sufficient amount to eat food, they must be supported by the government. That's why Garib Kalyan Yojana. That is why various nutritious schemes launched by the government to cater to the weaker sections of the society. That is economic justice. Because that's the objective mentioned in the preamble, that through this constitution, what do we want to achieve? We want to achieve political justice. We want to achieve social justice. We want to achieve economic justice. And the three beautiful slogans of French Revolution. Liberty, equality, fraternity. Liberty means freedom of thought. Think whatever you want to think. Express it. Want to make a movie? Want to make a Pathan? Or want to make a flop movie? Want to write a song? Want to write an article? Say whatever you have to say. Express whatever you have to express. Believe in anything. Faith, worship, freedom to choose your religion, freedom to stay away from religion, freedom to worship anybody. That's the objective of the Constitution that is mentioned in the preamble. So preamble tells us, through this Constitution, we want to give liberty to the people. Liberty of thought, liberty of belief, liberty of expression, liberty of faith, liberty of worship. Because this liberty was the big slogan of the French Revolution. Not just liberty, equality. Everybody is equal in the eyes of the law. No discrimination whatsoever. No matter what your religion is, race is, caste is, sex is, place of birth is, doesn't matter. We are all equal. We are all Indians. Fraternity, a feeling of commonhood, a feeling of common brotherhood. Why not sisterhood? That I don't know, because that's not, even our Constitution is slightly sexist. In a sense, it uses the term only he, never uses the term she. It uses the term him, never uses the term her. But be that as it may, fraternity means despite the fact that we may be different, we still are united as Indians. So through this Constitution, we want to ensure and implement another objective, which is a feeling that we are all the children of the same soil, the same motherland, despite the fact that we may speak different languages, we may, we may eat different food, we may wear different clothes, we may be from a different caste or tribal group or a religious group. We are all the sons and the daughters of the same motherland. And we have to ensure dignity of an individual. And it is through this dignity of an individual that we will ensure unity and integrity of nation. Let me take you back to the preamble, the text of the preamble. We, the people of India, having solemnly resolved to constitute India into a sovereign, socialist, secular, democratic republic, and to secure to all its citizens justice, liberty, equality, fraternity, dignity of an individual. So when we break it into 4 parts, first is we the people. What is the source of authority of the Constitution? Second, what is the nature of the Indian state? And you would know that this term, socialist and secular, these were added by 42nd Constitutional Amendment Act 1976. But not only these 2 words, another word, integrity of the nation. This unity and integrity of the nation, because through fraternity, assuring the dignity of an individual and the unity and integrity of the nation, this term was also added by 42nd Constitutional Amendment Act 1976. So if the question is asked in your examination, which of the terms were added to the preamble in 1976? One is socialist, other is secular, and the third is integrity of the nation. Clear? This is what preamble tells us. Any questions as of now? Let me know. With reference to constitution, why we listen, it is first to be introduced and last to be passed. We will discuss that tomorrow. Simran is asking, can preamble be amended? My dear, preamble can be amended. That's how it was amended in 1976. That's how the word socialist, secular, integrity of was added to the preamble. Integrity was also added in the year 1976. The same Constitutional Amendment Act, 42nd, added these words. Okay. Now, is preamble part of the Constitution or not? In Berubari Union case, the Supreme Court said no, preamble is not part of the Constitution. But in Keshavananda Bharati case, the Supreme Court said yes, preamble is part of the Constitution. Now, why first no and then yes? Look at the backstory. How was the Constitution adopted? How was it adopted? Members of the Constituent Assembly, they adopted the provisions of this Constitution one by one. How? Article 1 was debated, then voted upon. Once we got the majority in the Constituent Assembly, then this article became part of the Constitution. Which means every part of the Constitution, every article in the Constitution was debated by the Constituent Assembly, then voted upon in the Constituent Assembly. That's how it became part of the Constitution. This was not communicated to the court in Berubari Union case. In Berubari Union case, the Supreme Court thought that preamble was not discussed in the Constituent Assembly. Preamble was not voted upon in the Constituent Assembly. Preamble is like the preface to a book. The book starts with chapter 1. So preamble is not part of the constitution. But in Keshavaranda Bharati versus State of Kerala, 1973, Supreme Court was told, their Supreme Court, every article of the constitution was debated, discussed, voted upon, then it became part of the constitution. In the same fashion, preamble was also discussed, voted upon, and then it became part of the constitution. In fact, preamble was the last item added to the constitution. What does that mean? Sir, first you said preamble is based on Objectives Resolution. Yes. Sir, Objectives Resolution was adopted by the Constituent Assembly on January 22, 1947. Yes. Now we are saying preamble was the last item added to the Constitution. Sir, you are confusing us. I'll resolve that confusion. Preamble is not Objectives Resolution. Preamble is based on Objectives Resolution. Objectives Resolution was adopted by the Constituent Assembly on January 22, 1947. And the preamble is based on this. But preamble and Objectives Resolution, they are not same. Clear? Preamble was the last item debated, discussed in the Constituent Assembly, then voted upon. So the last item added to the Constitution was the preamble. But why? It was to ensure that preamble is compatible with the Constitution. It is to ensure that there is no article in the Indian Constitution which we have now added. There is no article in the Constitution which is incompatible with the preamble. Because if in the Constitution we will not have provided right to vote to women, then we could not have mentioned political justice in the preamble. If in the Constitution we would not have provided fundamental right to freedom of speech and expression, if in the Constitution we would not have provided freedom of religion as a fundamental right, then in this preamble we should not have mentioned objectives of the Constitution as liberty, freedom of thought, belief, faith, worship, so on and so forth. So preamble was the last item added to the Constitution to ensure that none of the provisions in the preamble are violated by the Constitution. None of the articles in the Constitution are incompatible with the preamble. That is why it was communicated to the court in 1973. There, my lord, preamble was also discussed in the Constituent Assembly. It was also debated in the Constituent Assembly. In fact, it was also voted upon in the Constituent Assembly. In fact, it was the last item added to the Constitution. Then the Supreme Court said, yes, preamble is part of the Constitution. Then comes another question. Or we will discuss all these points tomorrow because there is some explanation required, which will take some more time. We will discuss these quick points tomorrow. And there, Sneha, your question will also be discussed. Can preamble be amended? Yes, it can be amended, but subject to something called the basic structure. And what is that basic structure? I'll tell you tomorrow. Any questions right now, please let me know. Then we will meet tomorrow. Sir, what are the natures to be included in preamble until 1976? Means only unity and integrity of were added to preamble in integrity of the nation was added in 1976. Apart from that, every objective was there. Nature till 1976 was sovereign, democratic republic, because socialist and secular were added in 1976. Which chapter should we read today in M. Lakshmikant? Read the preamble. Is preamble source of power? No, it's not. Keshavaranda Bharati case, please explain in brief. I will do that tomorrow, but in great detail we will discuss this in Amendment of the Constitution and the Doctrine of Basic Structure. The schedule is given to you. In that monthly schedule, you can see all the topics one by one. Module 1, what will we cover? Module 2, what will be covered? Everything is mentioned there. And you will see after, I think, fundamental duties, we will cover basic structure. Berubari Union case, please explain. Although that is not required now, but let me tell you briefly as well. Berubari Union was part of India. India was partitioned into India and Pakistan. Some of the territory was given to Pakistan. Till 1956, Pakistan did not dispute this. But in 1956, Pakistan said Berubari Union is ours, should have been given to us. We said no, it is ours. Ultimately, there was an agreement between Pandit Nehru and Feroz Khan Noon, who was the Prime Minister of Pakistan. And it was decided that Berubari Union will be split. The upper part will go to India, the lower part will be given to Pakistan. Matter went to the court. The Supreme Court had to now decide whether it can be the decision of the government to give away a part of Indian territory to someone else. The Supreme Court looked at preamble and said, what is mentioned in the preamble? Sovereign. What is the nature of Indian state? Sovereign. We, the people of India, having solemnly resolved to constitute India into a sovereign. That means we can make any decision. We can unmake any decision as well. So you can also gift a part of your territory. You can also accept the part of another territory. But for that, a constitutional amendment is required. This decision cannot be taken by the government. This decision can be taken by the parliament by amending the constitution. That was the Berubari Union case. Can government have the power to delete any object of preamble? We'll discuss that tomorrow. Because preamble is part of the basic structure. Can we change it? Can we modify it? Yes, no, we'll discuss that tomorrow. You can skip NCERT, but please read preamble from M. Lakshmikant. Economic justice means equal pay for equal work. That's also economic justice. Economic justice means I can also set up a business, you can also set up a business. The government cannot say, since you belong to a different gender or I belong to a different caste, you cannot start your new business. There should be equality. There should be justice in economic matters. Thank you so much for staying with me today. See you again tomorrow, 6 o'clock in the morning. Till then, have a great time. Stay safe, stay well, stay best. But please read preamble from M. Lakshmikant. We'll discuss some other provisions tomorrow. And you can still get in touch and interact with subject matter experts till 10 o'clock. See you tomorrow. Till then, be safe.